Before we come to order, it is Monday, August the 12th, 2024, 9 o'clock in the morning, and the Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. If you would, please stand for the prayer and pledge of God order. Pray with us. Good and gracious God, we invite you to be present with us here today, and ask that you fill our minds and hearts with compassion and wisdom, so that we may serve the common good. We give you thanks for all of our many blessings, especially our gift of freedom and the freedom to disagree. We ask that you bless where we live, our friends and our neighbors, our weather, our first responders, and our county employees. And we ask that you bless our efforts here and bless those that have business before the court. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. I've already announced that we're going to take item 1.10 out of order because we have all these youth here. We want to be able to get the photographs and get it all done and have voices and done with business. But I want to remind everyone that has the cell phone, you can turn it off or turn it to silence so it does not interrupt the proceedings. And the first part of our regular Commissioners Court meeting is public input. I have two people that have signed up to speak at public, three now. And yours is for a specific agenda item. Okay. So then, first one is Jan Piercini.
Yes.
Did I say it right?
Yes. Start the beat to say that correctly, by the way.
Well, my late wife was Italian, so I learned a
Oh, there
little.
you go. Good morning. We are Mike and Jan Piercini. We live at 162 Cypress Drive South in Kerrville, Texas. And we are the founders of Gunny's Warriors. And Gunny's Warriors, this is the second year that we have put on the event called, now it's called the second annual Kerrville Field of Honor. And this event is for the public. It is September 7th through the 11th. It's free to the public, open 24 hours a day at the Hill Country Youth Event Center in the River Star Park. We will be flying 500 American flags, just as you see here. And our theme is Honor Your Hero. And you can purchase a flag for $45 and dedicate it to your own personal hero. And it can be a teacher, a neighbor, a family member, first responder, military, anyone that is your own personal hero, you can dedicate this flag to. Okay.
May I approach the front to show this one, Karen? Thank you.
So we're very excited about the response that we're getting this year. Our main goal now is to get the word out to the public. If you have never seen a Field of Honor, it is a sight to see, and we encourage the public to come out during the day to see the flags, bring the family. We encourage you to come out at night when they're illuminated. That's an amazing sight to see, 500 of them. Saturday is our big day, September 7th, and we have opening ceremony at 11 a.m. Every night at dusk, taps will be played over the flags. And Saturday, back to Saturday, we will have an opening ceremony. There will be food trucks, kids' activities, vendors, and live music. And the rest of the week is just days to reflect on the flags. And then Wednesday, September 11th at 8:45, the local VFW post will be holding their 9/11 ceremony there. And then we don't have an official closing ceremony, but it became unofficial last year. People showed up at dusk to listen to Mr. Eichner play taps the last time over the flags, and it was quite moving. So we encourage everyone to come out and to get the word out. So hopefully you'll see these flyers at local businesses, and we encourage you to go to eastwarriors.com for information about the event and how to purchase flags. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Edward Rogers.
Good morning, Court, Commissioners, guests. My name is Edward Rogers. I'm a resident of Bernie. Thank you for the opportunity for some time on the agenda this morning. I serve as the Deputy Speaker Pro Tem for the Texas Silver-Haired Legislature. We are a statewide, all-volunteer, nonpartisan, self-funded nonprofit. We receive no funding from city, county, state, or federal sources. We were established in 1985 by the Texas Legislature to serve for the voice of aging Texans before the ledge. I'm here on behalf of 15,800 older Texans here in Kerr County, which represent 29% of our eligible voters here in Kerr County. On their behalf, TSHL will bring resolutions to the legislature regarding issues requiring legislative actions next January. And that will be to improve the lives of aging Texans age 60 or better. My role is to serve as Kendall County's rep in the Alamo Area Agency on Aging. That is that Kerr County is among that constituency for that area agency. We collaborate with many local agencies to help serve the needs of aging Texans. Kerr County is part of that 12-county area. To my knowledge, in the past, Kerr County has not had a representative, and that's not right, and that's kind of lying here. I have prepared some materials for you that each of you have, just to make you aware of what TSHL is and what we do. There's a brochure that addresses those issues. We use it to recruit new members and to raise money. And assuredly, I'm not here to ask you for money, but I am here to ask you to consider some nominations or a nomination for Kerr County. The other is a handout of a 2-page review of the qualifications for TSHL representatives and candidates, and those include our expectations for their involvement. It is customary for us to connect with Commissioners Court, so I'm making a tour of 12 counties of Commissioners Courts to make an appeal for leadership from your county and those others. I'd appreciate your adding that information on my business card to your list. And if you think of someone here in Kendall County, age 60 and older, who might be a good candidate to work with TSHL, I'd love to hear from you. The resolutions that are that we will post to them are in another handout. It's just a 2-line description of each of 66 resolutions that we're taking to the legislature. We will publish those in a legislative report that will deliver to all statewide leaders, including your senator and representative, and talk with them about supporting those resolutions next January. Once we have published our legislative report, I'll return and provide a hard copy to you, and it will also be available in an electronic format as well. I hope you'll read over the resolutions and give some thought, perhaps, to who you might be interested or willing to nominate to serve in TSHL, and I look forward to hearing from you in that regard. I appreciate your time and consideration. I look forward to discussing those thoughts about who might be a good candidate and what interest you might have in supporting some of these resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public input? If being none, we'll move on to Commissioners' comments. Precinct 1.
Pretty quiet precinct 1. We still have a few folks cleaning up from the flood, but we can do those.
Good.
Well, the burn ban remains lifted for precinct 2. And just wanted to kind of give a little bit of an update on the assumption that we have budget funds available to replace the ag barn roof. We're making some good progress. We met with a number of contractors last week, just basically to try to identify the best solution and make sure that we have enough contractors that can provide that solution. The good news is we seem to, and that will give us competition with local contractors. And I was also very optimistic to find out that they can all do kind of the full scope. There are some structural modifications required, which I wasn't aware of earlier, but I am now, and meeting with Jim Maxwell to further refine those and make sure we understand what is and is not required. So all that can be rolled into one scope, and they can do the roof replacement and or repair and the insulation. So it's all very encouraging, particularly with respect to using ARPA funds where we have to have at least a contract signed so the funds are committed before the end of the calendar year. So I'm very encouraged about that. And I'll just say that first time I attended the 4-H Club Awards Saturday night. And I was really pleased. I mean, it was basically amazing and encouraging to see so many young people who have achieved so much and are involved in so many different projects, activities, whatever. So these are our future leaders that we're going to be relying on to look after us one day. And it sure looked like they're going to be up to the task. So I was very proud of them and grateful to have been invited to attend. And big thanks to all the kids, all the parents, and the folks at AgriLife that support 4-H. Great organization. That's all.
Great.
Piggyback two things that Mr. Pace said. One is in 4-H, in addition to, it's amazing the number of, I guess the breadth of the number of projects that they have. We think of 4-H as animals, and it's so much more. It goes into diet and fabric and design and on of the different things, the record keeping. Great program. Other thing was, I yesterday happened to look at the Keach-Byron Index, which is the key index for drought and burn bans and things of that nature. And I was a little bit shocked to see that Kerr County is listed as a blue county, which means we're flush with moisture. There may be some part of the county that is, but it's certainly not the eastern part of the county. And it's very misleading for people to look at that and think that the drought's over for Kerr County, because the drought certainly is not over. I mean, we're in, our springs are certainly hurting. So I was just shocked to see that. And final thing is, our area schools are all starting this week. Many of them starting today. So please be careful driving through school zones. There are a lot of kids wandering around, and please be safe doing that.
All right. Well, I'll also piggyback on the 4-H Awards banquet the other night. You know, as a former ag teacher and stuff, I like to remind people it's not just sows, cows, and plows anymore. There's a lot of stuff other than that going on with these students, both 4-H and FFA. So it's great to attend that and see the people that can. Another group that was recognized, because 4-H does not exist or function at the level we do without the adult volunteers. And that goes a long ways. That's bread and butter to keep these organizations going and the different things that they participate in. I see Terry Hall in the crowd. Her husband, Roger, teaches the robotics, which a lot of people wouldn't think that would go into 4-H, but it is. It's a big part of it, and they excel at it. Another thing I want to bring up is we had some damage to our boat ramp on 39 right there past Ingram Dam. If you go fishing or boating, be careful. We had damage to the dock, and we've got signs and stuff telling people to stay off of it, but sometimes people take that as a challenge. So until we can get it fixed, please be wary of it. That's all I got.
Very well. And the only thing I would add is I forgot that school started in Ingram today. Until I got about a mile west of Palmer High School. Then I returned. And traffic was backed up all the way back into town. They had some kind of event there in town. There was an ambulance and a state trooper, red and blue lights everywhere. It was a whole lot of commotion in West Kerr County this morning, let me tell you. So, with that, we'll move on to the consideration agenda. We've already taken up Yeah, 1.10. That is the recognition of the Kerrville C3 swim team for meritorious performance at the State Games of America National Swimming Competition held at the University of California, San Diego Aquatic Center in San Diego, California on July 19, 2024. Mr. Hastings, bring them all in.
Thank you, Judge. We're going to give him just a moment to get situated.
Okay, and y'all come forward. I'm gonna ask the tallest ones to go to the sides, put the shortest ones in the middle. So if you're short, you're right in the middle.
I was always in the middle. We're probably gonna have to double layer so we can get the full picture too. Maybe.
And if you're doubling up, if you're taller, step behind the one that's shorter than you. Get all the faces in. Gotta be this little fellow right here. Move him forward.
Y'all come up a little bit. Top of your mind.
There you go, coach. There you go. Keep following. Can y'all come in this way behind those? There you go.
You're all gonna have this one.
Yeah, get them to step up. There you go.
Okay. Now we got the position. All the commissioners stand so we can be seen over the top of them. See how it's layered?
Charlie, you have something to do with this?
Just a little.
If you can't see, step over just a little bit so your face is showing. Just your man in the front. So you're looking, there you go.
Don't smile.
You do. Okay. You want to hold up.
Medals, that's a good thing.
Okay, let me talk about y'all. Stay right there. I need to say a few things about this group. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Charlie Hastings, and I serve on the C3 swim team as both a grandfather and an assistant coach to the inspirational Coach Chris Cawthon. Raise your hand, Chris. And our swimming technique guru, Coach Nancy Emerson over here. We can't do this without her. She's amazing. The C3 swim team was formed in 2020, a great year, as a year-round program designed for both girls and boys of all ages and abilities learn to swim through advanced competition. C3 stands for courage, character, and commitment. Kerrville's C3 swim team has recently competed at the regional, state, and even the national level at the State Games of America swim meet on July 19, 2024, hosted at the University of California, San Diego Aquatic Center. Over 450 swimmers from 97 teams competed for national titles both individually and as a team. C3 Swim sent 16 swimmers who finished with 34 medals, 14 of which were gold, and finished in 4th place overall in the nation. So, we're real proud of that. These athletes have learned firsthand how to apply courage, character, and commitment into the sport of swimming and the game of life. Before you today are various members of the C3 swim team. It's not all of us. They're here. They have their regional, their state, and their national medals. So please join me in congratulating and celebrating the meritorious performance of the Kerrville C3 swim team. Good job, guys. Let's hear those medals jingle on your way out. All right, come on out, Corbin. Lead the way. Everybody follow Corbin. You bet. And I dare to say, in about 12 years, if you keep following some of these kids, the ones that stick with it, they're going to be in the Olympics. Some of these kids are really out of this world. Yeah.
Next item on the agenda, item 1.1, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from Schreiner University to use Blacklock Park, the dog park area, for a cross-country track meet on September 14, 2024. Do we have anybody here from Schreiner? This is something that we usually do.
I'll make a motion that we go ahead and allow Shriner University to use Flat Rock Park for a cross-country track meet on September 14th.
I'll second that.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to item 1.2. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept the donation of Shop Local First cards for all Kerr County employees. Mr. Willis here? Didn't see him here. He's offered to make these cards available for Kerr County employees. Is there-
Is there, Heather, can we do this?
I would rather hear his presentation rather than.
I haven't even considered this, but I would think that it's a gift to our employees, and I would say no at first, without some more. I haven't really considered whether or not that's.
So it's pass.
Well, so if he's watching on YouTube, we need to know a little bit more before we can accept this gift. So, come talk to us.
It's not a cash donation.
No, it's-
It's just a discount.
It's a discount card.
Right.
To buy something, you get a
Just
discount.
want to make sure we're.
We need to,
it's a little bit stickier than just accepting. Okay, moving on to item 1.3, which is an update regarding our flood response and recovery from the storm beginning on July 22nd. Doug Thomas.
Morning, Judge, morning, Commissioners. I kind of wanted to give y'all an update on the data that's been entered into what we call ISTAT and PSTAT. Basically, that's where folks can go in and do their individual assessment of damages. As of Friday afternoon, we had 70 total individual residences and businesses that had made entries into the ISTAT. Of that, 16 declared major damage, 39 listed their damages as minor, affected was 13, destroyed was 2. In the PSTAT, that's for government agencies to put in their data. Everybody knows the city of Ingram had substantial damage over there. Also, Ingram Independent School District, the high school had a lot of water. So for the PSTAT for road and bridges, so far we've had 2 entries, buildings and equipment, 7, utilities, 1 entry. Total estimate of damages for the PSTAT only was $7,970,000. Kind of give you an idea of what major, minor, affected, and destroyed are for the individuals. The ISTAT tool. Effective basically is minimal cosmetic damage, basically to your porch, carport, garage. Minor, you had 1 to 3 inches of water in your living space, and no structural damage, but it could affect habitability, meaning mold, that kind of thing. Major damage, above 18 inches and had significant structural damage. Destroyed is basically a total loss. And water level was at the roof or higher. We didn't have anybody with water level at the roof or higher. I think some folks probably put destroyed, thinking their home is destroyed, but it's really not. They're probably in their category of minor or affected. Although we do have a couple that were mobile homes that were moved off their foundation a little bit, those are automatically destroyed. So I haven't gone to look and see if they were mobile homes or actual stick-built homes, but that kind of gives you an idea of where we stand as far as damages. So the Kerr County threshold for disasters assistance is $242,000. That's our net insurance damage threshold. The problem with that is the state has to meet its threshold, which is $54 million. We're not anywhere near that. So for now, we're still asking folks to go in and put their damage estimates in the ISTAT. At some point, that will come to a deadline. We're going to try and get that deadline extended if we need to. We've had 2 settings where folks could come in and do ISTAT information. One was done at the Sheriff's Office not too long after the event. Last Friday, we did another one at the Ingram Annex. for folks to come in and either get information from TDM. We had eight TDM employees there at the time, anywhere from financial recovery to volunteer assistance. So we've done two entries for that. I don't know what the deadline will be, but we're going to do another one. We'll have another set up for folks that can do the ISTEC on August 31st when we have the expo out at the Preparedness Expo at the Ag Barn. So, any questions? That's where we stand so far. I'm hopeful we'll get assistance. I'm not confident.
If the state does not reach the 54 million, that means don't get assistance?
No, there'll be some type of assistance. TDM's going to be working with us to get small business administration loans, that type of stuff. Those loans are, I don't know what the interest rate is, but it's significantly lower than anywhere else.
Well, it's kind of good news, bad news.
Yes, sir.
Bad news is probably not going to get any money. Good news is we didn't have that much damage.
Well, I'm hoping we can get added on, basically, specifically for the public assistance side, where we got $7.9 million worth of damage. That sewer system in Ingram is significantly damaged, not to mention the independent school district, the high school.
Okay. Any questions for Doug? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next item on the agenda is 1.4. Consider discussing take appropriate action to approve a resolution against battery equipment storage systems proposed in Kerr County. Jeff Hall.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, guests here, public. I want to go over where we're at with the battery energy storage systems. But before we do that, I'm of Cypress Creek, 2855 Cypress Creek. We're just a quick mention to the court, that road is shut down if you try to go to Comfort for a great project. And that should last throughout the month of August into September. TxDOT is doing a bridge rebuild right there at our camp. So we're pleased to have that going on, but there is an impact on mail, on people trying to ride bikes, on people trying to go to school along Cypress Creek. Analysis of the lithium battery storage system. I took the liberty of putting this together so we could actually track where these things are going. And I think it's important to understand what the concerns are. And at the very end, the intent is to present a proclamation to the court to consider signing. I think the time for admiring the problem is over. The time for taking action is needed because we are way late. We are behind, I think, the power curve on where all these things are going. And I'm going to speak to that in an overall sense, where Brian Alexander is going to follow me, is going to deep dive on fire. Next slide, please. Okay, this map I pulled off, it's an old map, it's 1975. It's what LCRA offers on where our power grid is. And so you really have to look at multiple sources of information to figure out where all these substations are located. And it's important to understand it started out mostly with hydropower from our northeastern dams that provided power through Comfort, which is probably why Comfort was the first target. As you notice on there, it kind of spokes out to all the Kerr County substations. And I'll show slides on each of these substations so you understand really how they're all aggregated into one power network. Now, it only shows about 7 that are highlighted on there, but I'll show 10 as we found out through additional research, which are plugged into our power grid. Yes, Comfort is Kendall County, but a lot of our customers for that station are in Kerr County, like our home on Cypress Creek. And in this understanding and coordination, I've met with several folks. I've reached out to the power stations, LCRA, ERCOT, TCEQ, and then I've had a meeting recently with Chad Carpenter and their fire marshal that they have in that area. What's interesting to note is the demand, the great demand of 830 different BESSes, if you will, coming to the state in the next few years, and I'll talk about why. That is a significant growth of this, and we need to understand what the challenges are with this. Okay, let's deep dive into sites. Next slide. First of all, this is an overall picture of what it could look like. On the left hand is a graphical image I grabbed, which is the lithium site in Pflugerville near North Austin. That's what a 120 megawatt site looks like on the left. On the right, that's what one looks like under fire, which is not great, which was the one in Otay Mesa in San Diego area, and that was because of thermal runaway. Now the chart in the upper blue storage shows where we're going to grow, which is why they're looking for 830 sites in Texas alone. This is what ERCOT is looking for, 2020, 275 megawatts of storage, growing in 5 years to over 15,000 megawatts of storage, or sorry, 18,000 megawatts of storage. That's a lot of power that they're looking for, and they're looking in storage, what it's going to look like on the left, hopefully, but unfortunately sometimes on the right, that is what it looks like. The concerns that I've illustrated in front of the court are indicated on that slide. This is new tech with a lot of foreign components that has our concern. There is certainly increased demand for storage without a lot of state regulations. In fact, not many at all right now outside of the International Fire Code. It is an issue. Foreign parent companies, almost every single one of these have foreign parent companies. You gotta ask, why is that? Why is it PPV, public-private venture, instead of an LCRA venture? Because they're making money. Thermal runaway, these lithium batteries is of course a significant issue. It does happen, which is why you can't fly with a personal storage device in lithium more than 100 milliamps on an airplane, because they've had issues. They don't like them aggregated. And when they get aggregated in such great fashion, as shown here on the left or the right pictures, it becomes an issue. Cybersecurity of key infrastructure is an issue, regardless of what you may hear. I know that. I used to do that for our country. Next is no site reclamation mandates. Currently that are there, we've had one offered, like to bring the site back to its original state. I think that's a key component that should be involved, and those are our major concerns. Our landowners throughout our substations is LCRA. They provide our power and our network, but there's a lot of outside companies involved. Next slide, we're going to go deep dive. On comfort, we've heard about comfort. I've talked about it a couple times in front of the court. This is going to be one of the largest sites in Texas at 350 megawatts of power. Planned for that to the east and to the south. To the east, that's the 100 megawatt. To the south, 250 megawatt. They are renting the land to the east. They are buying the land to the south. That's the commitment these foreign companies, of which there are two, intend to have. One company is Key Capture Energy. We've listened to them propose. Didn't go well for them, but they're still proceeding without a tax abatement. And then the second is a company out of Norway that is doing that as well. These are large companies. The big concerns that we have with comfort is everything's a mile away, right? The Guadalupe is a mile to the south. It's a downhill runaway. The high school to the west, where I substitute teach sometimes, is just about a mile, and the town is about a mile, 1.2 miles to the southwest, and then I-10 is right there. If you had a major fire like that, think about the impact, especially for all those folks that live north of that on a road, which would be completely blocked off. That's a major concern, and Kendall is trying to fight it, and they believe they're way behind, and they're probably the most advanced in coordination. Next slide. Okay, CenterPoint. We have been approached already by CenterPoint. Some of our landowners have been approached already for a lease, willing to pay $5,000 a month for anywhere from a 7 to 17 acre lease. We're still negotiating that. There is public water there, but not on site south where that neighborhood is. Just to geographically orient you, that's right off 27, right north of the town where that station is, that mini mart. And that, if that Eden Farm sounds familiar, that's where they tried to get a model subdivision. Okay, next slide. Legion LCRA substation is right off Highway 27, very close to Highway 27, and just to the west of that, of course, is the Guadalupe River, within about 500 feet. So if there was something to go there, we don't know yet, but we are tracking. On every single one of these, I list the project on there, if it's unknown currently. Don't believe that they haven't been approached. They're sending out mass letters. That is a strategy to all the landowners. All these developers are tracking where all this is as well. So I'm going to continue to update this as a living document. Next slide. Travis LCRA, right in the heart of Kerrville. So a little difference between city and county when we talk about where these projects could go. This is the one that's up on Travis and 3rd Street. But there is available land, if you looked out to the northeast, that's privately owned, where potentially a site could grow into. Don't know that's going to happen in the city limits, but I don't want to say it's not going to currently. There is, of course, public water system nearby in the heart of the city. And again, no project known at this time. Next slide. Stadium, a large facility. They have some land to the northeast. That's right in the middle of Holdsworth and Stadium Drive. We all see it. We all drive by it. We know where it's at. But again, the same concerns that we have in the urban and then very much key infrastructure facility, right? Eventually, a lot of the ones in the city will be tied to a power plant that's being talked about in the city. You probably saw that. Not exactly sure where that's going to be or how it's tied into our substations, but just a note. That's our largest right there. Next. Harper, up on Harper and Holdsworth Drive. We definitely know the landowner to the northeast of that. And there is available land on that one as well. Currently, that's in the county, right? That's not the city. It's right outside. You look on the limits for the Harper LCRS substation. So that one, kind of like close to the city, very much county, definitely has our concern about where that would be tied to. Right to the north is I-10, within probably about a half mile. That's a key intersection that we need. A lot of people travel on. Next slide.
Right on Town Creek.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Right on Town Creek. Hunt LCRA substation. You may think it's out there because it's out there in Hunt, just north of Hunt, and we're 1340 and 39 kind of bisect. That's right on River Road. That's about as close as to the Guadalupe as I've seen. It's about 300 feet to the Guadalupe River. And that's right on River Road. I don't know that they're targeting that right now, but I'd be surprised if they weren't because of all the customers that are right around there in that area. Now, the proximity to those two highways that go off in the river has my concern. It should you as well. Next slide. The Horizon substation out there on 1777 South and Horizon, if y'all know where that's at. That is owned by McCray Energy Company. More to probably understand about them later as they provide power for those local customers. But LCRA owns property just to the northeast of that. It's technically not one of their substations, but they have an agreement. And again, no project at this time. Next slide. Mountain Home LCRA substation out at Ranch Road 479 and I-10. They presented here. They are targeting that. That is the Black Mountain Energy, 120 megawatt. The concern we have with that is the proximity of I-10. If something did happen, I mean, you saw what happened with a truck when it caught on fire with a bunch of lithium batteries and what that did to a road. Imagine a permanent structure right there at an important intersection. I know why they build these substations close, right? Because it's really expensive to run power. If you've done that on your place before, really expensive to run power. That's why they try to get it as close to the customers as possible. But once you start adding battery storage with that, the potential for thermal runaway and fire exacerbates the problem of proximity. That's important to understand, which is why I'm deep diving on maps right now on people. I think it's important to understand where these are located. Next. Okay, Ingram substation, which is Highway 27 and Moore Street. Again, very close. That's a smaller substation. I can't imagine they'd put maybe in the future, a large battery storage, but they could. But it has a proximity to Johnson Creek, which is runs right into the Guadalupe, as you know, right there to the south, probably 200 yards away. Definitely has my attention with property available to the north. Next. So what you saw from each of those is they have property available, privately owned property, probably could develop. You got water, important water sources all around it. You got highways all around it. I'm going to keep track of where all these things are going because you and I know it's not stopping without our effort. Okay, so I'm going to talk about those concerns a little bit. I love SWOT analysis. That's part of my background. I apologize. I like to do that. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Okay, I'm going to look at it objectively about what it brings and about the concerns, because that's our job and our role as elected officials and maybe a soon-to-be elected sworn-in official. Strengths. They want to do grid reliability. It is a part of our political platform. It's also part of our state platform or national platform to make the grid more reliable. In order to do that, it takes a lot of things. Good substations, good transformers, good transmission lines, good power sources, but they're trying to say that they're a part of grid reliability with a battery backup, peaker plants, okay? Taxable income, hard to ignore, $87 million per 120 megawatt plant of taxable income that it would bring, hard to ignore. And then job creation, but only during the build phase. That's the strengths. The opportunities for regulatory compliance is there. I think we need to look at that pretty hard, folks. There's an economic boost that these provide, and there's an opportunity for our joint collaboration, like maybe to form a commission, a 391 commission. There are several weaknesses and threats to talk about. System safety overall is our biggest concern. That we don't have regulations, that PPVs are foreign owned, that has my concern, that's a weakness, and that it devalues real estate. If you don't believe me, just look on YouTube. The guy that lives in Mason, who I spoke to, retired Marine infantry guy like me, he's not loving it. It grew from a very small megawatt plant to a very large one right in his backyard. Now he can't sell his place. That potentially could happen for every single one of those sites that I have on there. Now, it definitely affects the immediate landowners that are there, and they have to understand what they're getting into when they lease or sell their property. Okay, threats. Environmental, why I kept talking about the river. Foam suppression systems that put foam out if there's an issue, and then we come on top of it, we being a volunteer fireman like Commissioner Paces and like Brian who's going to talk. You put water on top of it, where does that foam go to? What does the foam have into it? It goes into our ground. If there's no containment system around that, it could go right to our river. That is a huge issue that we need to talk about and think about. For every hangar that has aircraft, there's always a container and containment system that has the foam and the water that goes into and it's pumped out. I haven't heard this spoken about once in front of any of these companies that come in. A real containment system to pump that water and that foam out. It needs to be talked about. Cybersecurity, of course, is a threat. For the power that's stored, it could be reverse flowed if somebody is in on that system and has placement and access. That is a huge issue. Okay, that's my timer. I'm at 15. Wrap up here for the next one. Fire safety and toxicity. If there's flames, there's fire. This is all classes, A, B, C, D fire. That Brian can talk about more. That is an issue. I'm going to leave that for him to talk about. And then threats. We're in a big one, folks. It took anywhere from 1 million to 8 million gallons of water on that one that showed the fire in San Diego. We do not have that kind of water for any of these systems. That definitely has our concern because we're going to try to reduce the smoke and the flame and cool down the remaining things if something happens. Imagine it happening at all 10 of these sites. We don't want that. We don't need that. Next slide. Okay, here's our strategy that I have come up with. I think that we need to seriously consider. And I've sent for maybe executive session discussion or consideration amongst our commissioners a resolution against these best projects. I won't go into detail about the resolution, but it does talk about where we need to be and where we should stand firm with considerations. We can't stop it, we need to limit it, we need to prevent it from growing at such a certain size that we can't maybe control it. That is a real concern that we have. TCEQ is the permitting agency for environmental. As the rep for Cypress Creek on the advisory board, I've already touched base with TCEQ about this, and we'll continue to provide our concerns. I think we need to look at that support as well. We need to have a House bill like 4971 that did make it out of the commission to promote that safety. We do need to form a planning commission that would have us, the city, other folks that are involved in it, because we need to organize more than just us talking about it here in order to do something, because we don't have any fire marshal, if you will, to put more stringent rules on it. Because right now all we have is Chapter 12 of the IFC, the International Fire Codes, until we have fire marshal. And I'm not saying we need one for this certain issue, but there is an issue. We need to promote our grid to be strong, and there are other measures besides this. Best storage facilities. That's better transmission lines, that's better power plants, and there is growth in wind. We may not like it, but wind grew from 6 to 20% of our total grid. 20% in 3 years. Drive out west towards Big Spring and you'll see it. And they're coming here. I don't believe that's what we need. I would like more good smaller power plants that don't take up our horizontal view. And then smaller scale energy harvesting, like on my house, with a gate and some solar panels. Not a lot, but just on my private place. I don't draw that much from the lines. Overall, to the Commissioner's Court, I won't go into it, but I've sent y'all, and I'm asking y'all to seriously consider, that's why I'm here today, to do a resolution against best projects. We've heard back from a few of the commissioners. This is my ask, this is my request, because I think we need to take a stand, and we need to be ready for this continual growth. And with that, I thank y'all for the time today, and how I informed it, and I'll continue to track this issue.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution that's been put before the court against battery energy storage systems in Kerr County.
I'll second it for discussion.
I'll start. I applaud what you've done, Jeff. I think it's good, really good information and educational. And I'll go with a general statement about resolutions and my feelings towards them. They need to be very specific. And something that we have some authority and control over. What I would support is a specific resolution to the legislature, primarily to our incoming state rep and our current state senator, because those are the two individuals that can do something. We can't do anything as a court, really, and we really, our hands are tied. And I've always been against this, really this doing resolution to feel good. I mean, yes, this is a feel good resolution. I agree with what you're saying for the most part. A lot of it I don't know I have a hard time because I don't know all the facts. But if we could come back with a resolution that was very specific to this issue, lithium batteries, and really all renewables, as to have them. I know that I met with Wes Verdall last week, and he has a bill already to limit how close to property lines things can be. I totally support that. Senator Colforce had a bill last time that you mentioned. It got out of committee. Support that, and I testified with that bill at the legislature. That's the approach we need to do. It needs to be specific to them, to tell them that this commissioner's court wants them to act on those particular bills. One area this won't be popular, but it's one of a core belief of mine. We get real close to property rights on issues like this. It's kind of like a quarry. And nobody wants it next to you, but I have a real hard time with any resolution that's going to tell anybody what they can do with their property. So to me, the approach is to get the legislature to put guidelines in place that you can do what you want with your property, but not, because as soon as we go along, or the legislature, we start down a road of telling people what they can do with their personal private property, all of a sudden we're going to lose everything. And there's, you have this, which I totally agree with what you're saying, but hopefully none of my neighbors would ever do it. But it's real hard for me to tell you can do your property, or you to tell me what I can do with my property. So I think it needs to be a very fine line in that area, because there's a lot of things. I wouldn't want to do a big power plant next to me. I wouldn't want a gas power plant next to me. I think the way to move forward, and I would totally support a resolution that focuses on legislation to improve these. And the question I do have, is BESS the name of the company doing the one here, or is that the name of all of this?
It's generic name, like a Band-Aid,
Okay.
battery energy storage systems.
Okay, that was a little bit unclear. I didn't know, because when it came through, they had BESS on their front little package.
Yeah.
And I think that included in the resolution should be a prohibition, maybe it was in your resolution, against tax evasion. I agree totally with that. any kind of a subsidy. And it's really frustrating that a lot of this is because of the legislature. They're the ones that caused this to happen, because of the ice storm in 2011, something that was. They came through 21. That's right, 21. But I mean, you know, this is all being done because the legislature mandated to fix the grid, and this is the worst option in my mind to fix the grid, and it's really not fixing it. So that's just kind of my opinion. I won't vote for it today, but if we come back, I would like to work with you on one that, you know, that I think it is something that we need to do as a board. It just needs to be tweaked a little bit.
I agree. You know, the original one, I sent you a small little tweak to it, but after talking with Commissioner Les Warner, I agree with his approach. We could focus it in a little bit more. It is a little general. We're all against these suckers coming in here. You know, we all threw them out of here the last time they were here, you know. But let's tweak it a little more and come back with a little bit more refined, focused resolution.
And specifically mention our incoming state rep.
So without a doubt, that's why we had
They're the ones that can
both
do
of
it.
them here.
They can fix it.
I mean, fair enough. Obviously, it can be tweaked. I mean, we well know these resolutions are non-binding, so it's not like, you're right, it's not in our authority to do much of anything. But to me, we need to send a strong signal.
Without a doubt.
And let people know, including public utilities and TCEQ, that they're not welcome here. That doesn't mean they're not coming, and, you know, we heard from Black Energy Mountain, they're coming regardless of a tax abatement. And yeah,
But
we probably can't stop them.
And if there are some legislation needs to be in place to protect.
I agree.
You know,
And
contain
definitely needs to be
contain the
legislation.
property line, the one in Mason County, which is right next to someone's house.
Yeah.
All those things can be addressed through legislation and not.
This is an issue, you're right, that they have created. I mean, all this unreliable wind energy, that's creates part of why they want BESS.
Right.
Because they've created situations where the power is unreliable and they're looking for a way to get some reliability back into the system. And it's crazy, because even the wind, you know, that doesn't benefit U.S. manufacturers. It's a stupid idea, but we're stuck with it. But we don't need to be in the future. And anyway, I'm all for and very much supporting of this resolution.
Any other discussion? I really applaud your ingenuity here. We're just a little county court. There's so much we can do. And feel good resolutions pretty well maxes out. I remember years ago, when we first moved to this part of a little place outside of town. A neighbor came up to me and wanted to know if I was putting a mobile home park on that place. Well, obviously we weren't, because it's a weekend place. I never even thought about mobile home park. But I didn't want to have a mobile home park next door as a neighbor. Just like I wouldn't want to have one of these outfits next door to that. But in the county, we don't have any zoning authority. We don't have any regulatory power out there to tell people what they can and can't do. And that's why you see mobile home parks next to really nice places, because they didn't buy the property next door to protect it. And so I'm opposed to these types of lithium battery storage plants. And I share your sentiment over that. And I want to do what we can, but I think this is very ambitious, and I'll help you as much as I can, but there's only so much we can do. Anything else?
I was like a comment that's because I've been dealing with this kind of stuff for a long time. I know of several occasions, and I've testified for them, for counties to get additional authorities, usually in some area subdivisions, but other areas as well. And unfortunately, the legislature as a whole is totally against giving counties any authority to do anything, which is a frustration. The quote and this is a quote from a state rep, I can't remember which state rep, but his comment was, it gives you an idea of the feeling of the legislature. The quote was, we were asking for subdivision, additional subdivision authority because of what? I don't know, 10 years ago. The quote came back, giving, on the record of the legislature, giving counties additional authority is like giving a monkey a loaded shotgun. That's true, that's what they said in an open hearing. And that gives you an idea of the philosophy of many of our legislatures. So that's where we need to really focus. Now, R2, I don't think agree with that.
Right.
Our current or our future state rep and our current state senator. But you get into a lot of the urban areas, they do think that way. So it's an uphill battle, but certainly I think this is one that rural Texas can unite behind. I'm meeting Monday with the Travel Range Association, their president, and this is one of the topics, this in all renewables. And I know Senator Kerr a couple weeks ago. So something that's high on my priority list, but we need to, and I'll certainly help you, Jeff, focus this a little bit more to what I think the resolution should be.
Well, thank you for consideration.
Yes,
Appreciate your time.
Well,
Based on the comments, I will table or rescind my motion. No point in voting on it today.
Let's just table it.
Table it, come back next meeting.
And see what we can do next meeting.
I want to piggyback on what something Commissioner Les just said about our state reps and stuff, especially the urban ones. Why wouldn't they want to give counties a little more authority? They want to control that power. And by controlling that power, the lobbyists help their campaigns and stuff. Does that make sense? So that's probably where it is. All right.
My name's Terry Hall. I live at 118 Independence Lane. I'm here on behalf of Liberty in Action and myself as a property owner in the area that would be affected by some of these. I think your property rights end when it imperils your neighbors and when it imperils everyone's drinking water. So, I mean, you couldn't ask for a stronger property rights advocate in the legislature. You can see much when there's work on that, but I think that we're conflating two issues. Also, I don't know that you totally understand the power of a 391 commission. And the first step in that is passing a resolution opposing these BESS facilities in Kerr County. That's the first step you need to take. That's where your power begins, is forming a sub-regional planning commission. It can be with Kendall County, it can be Kerr County and Kendall together, it can be Kerr County and the city of Kerrville. Then you can bring in your water districts and everybody else that are going to be impacted by this, your fire departments, everybody can be a part of this sub-regional planning commission, and you have to bring them in. And that's your power to repel these from coming into Kerr County. And while we don't have, counties have a lot of broad regulatory authority, that's why they gave you the 391 commission. And there's a lot of history beating back all kinds of issues at the county level using this tool. So I encourage you to get more educated about that. I'd be happy to sit down and talk with you more in depth about that, about how you can use that. The first thing you need to do is pass such a blanket resolution that lists very specifically, like Jeff Holt did in that commission, in the resolution, all the areas that would impact our county negatively. That's exactly how you do it. Also, you're not as helpless as you think, and we're not going to let you sit back and say you are. Remember, this is the same county that had social upheaval galore during COVID mandates. And you imposed a whole lot of stuff on us and our local businesses. Now, some of that was the state, but a lot of it was the county too. So please don't sit there and act like you're helpless. When you use your strong arm of authority that you do have in the Sub-Regional Planning Commission, you can stop this from coming to Kerr County. Also, the TCEQ permitting process is going to be a process we can also exploit to stop this. And that involves our local county passing resolutions saying don't do it here. And that's how you submit it as part of the formal record with TCEQ to say don't put them here. It's not enough to just sit here and all you say, I'm opposed to this, I don't want this in my backyard. But you are the county commissioners. We have elected you. We expect you to do something. And it's not a feel-good measure. This is a protect our county measure. And we need you to do it. So whatever tweaking y'all feel like you need to do to be comfortable with it, okay, but it does need to be fairly broad enough to make sure we get every one of those concerns that Jeff Holt and others have brought up about not just fire, but water, property values, all of that does need to be addressed in such a resolution, in our opinion. So I hope this is something we can finally all agree on moving forward, and we absolutely support getting a resolution passed. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else that will speak on item 1.4? Okay. Okay, let's move on to item 1.5, the discussion regarding battery equipment storage systems and the impact they will have on county volunteer fire departments. Brian Alexander out there?
No, sir. Not here. Well, I'll just say a little bit about this because I don't want to steal his thunder or his input as fire chief. Maybe our resident VFD member might have something to say, but you know, as Jeff brought up a minute ago, huge concerns about fire. And our VFDs are our first line of defense if anything goes wrong. And they struggle each year to make ends meet on different things. And look at, they'd be burdened with one of these in their backyard. They don't have the resources for foam and water to handle this stuff. And so that's what I think our fire chief would bring forward. Brian was going to talk about that, but when we put this on, Jimmy said, I'll try to be there, but he's short-handed at his shop. So that's all I'm going to say about it. Maybe we'll pass it till next time.
I'll throw a few comments out there as a volunteer firefighter, and you're absolutely right. We do not have anywhere close to enough foam to extinguish one of these things once it gets in the runaway. And we don't have anywhere near enough water. You know, we'll put all we can on it, but our main priority would be to protect surrounding structures and control any wildfire that might result from one of these things. And that's the best you can really expect. I think we even heard from Black Mountain Energy, you know, once these things go up, the strategy is let it burn. Because nobody really has water or anything you can do about putting a lithium battery fire out, especially one of these big ones. So it's a very serious concern, and again, the longer it burns, you're going to have to put some water on it. And where is all that toxic smoke going to go? Where is all the runoff from the water and all those toxins going to go? You know, as Mr. Holt has pointed out, you know, we're in a pig mine, and our groundwater is pretty close to the surface. And we all rely heavily on it. So what are we going to do when our groundwater gets contaminated? So I think I have great concerns about these things and want to do everything I can to fight them. I hear the earlier comments, so let's see what we can do with that resolution. But to me, that's just step one. So I'll leave it at that.
Good. Final comment to the county attorney. I do not know about 391 green. So if we could get, you know, I don't know, some kind of a summary of that, you know, we never discussed that as a court, so I'm just something I don't know. And I don't know how we, you know, what the best way to learn something about that may be. I don't know if you.
The 381 agreements?
391.
I'll get something together.
If it's a tool we can use, we need to use it.
I guess I'll throw out a couple more comments, just for one really. I mean, just for people that think that EVs are a good idea. If you have an accident in an EV and it catches fire, you know, first of all those little batteries, there are a whole bunch of little ones that go into one vehicle. Every one of them has potential lethal charge. So as a firefighter, you know, the first thing they tell us is don't touch them. We don't have the specialized equipment. The only VFD that does is Mountain Home. So if there's an accident along I-10 or well, pretty much anywhere in the county, they're going to be the first ones we call to respond to any kind of an EV fire. So, you know, the main thing that the rest of us are going to do is just try to contain the fire so it doesn't spread and create a wildland fire or cause other damage. So it's an interesting technological development that's, in my opinion, not a real good one for lots of different reasons.
And with that, let's take a morning break. Be back here in maybe 15.
Let's see, what do we got?
Next item on the agenda is item 1.6. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the alarm system monitoring agreement with Equipment Electronic Engineering Company for the fire alarm system at the juvenile detention facility. Shane Evans.
Good morning, Commissioner and Judge. This is basically a monitoring contract for the juvenile detention facility at 3501. It has been, the county attorney has looked at it and has approved it, and now we're going to bring all his blessings on this. And I would like to note that since we started the contract agreement with them in 2020, they've only gone up $12. And this year they went up $12 on the contract.
That's good news.
I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve the alarm system monitoring agreement with Technical Electronic Engineering as presented. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Shane. Item 1.7, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve justification for sole source procurement of products and services from, is it Schneider Tech? Schneider?
Yeah, either way, Coach.
SHAIDER. This is for the Stone Garden grant in accordance with the local government code.
Yes, sir. Just looking for court's approval for sole source purchase from Shider Tech. It's an Operation Stone Garden. It's for the automatic license plate reader system. It's a very unique product. It's developed in Virginia, so everything is developed there in Virginia, so it's made in the United States. But it's to incorporate into our LPR system that we already have. Currently have trailers. These are actually going to be more of a static location. They can be moved, but they'll be throughout a few of them throughout Kerr County. So
I move for approval.
I'll second.
And a motion and a second to approve sole source procurement from Schneider Tech LLC as presented. Any discussion?
Just a question, just get on the record. And so there's no other entity that provides this equipment?
No, sir. They're developed, the Apollo system is what it's called. They're developed and they're strictly contracted with HSI in Virginia, which is Homeland Security Investigations. There's very few even produced. We're probably going to be one of the first counties in the state of Texas or even the U.S. to actually have this product.
Okay. Thank you.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 1.8, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve justification for sole source procurement of products and services from Magnet Forensics for the Operation Lone Star grant.
Basic Magnet Forensics, they bought Gray Key or Gray Shift. We used them previously. This company just bought them. It's still only they just renamed the product, so now it's called Magnet Forensic Gray Key. We use that in our digital forensic lab, so that's to download cell phone data and things like that. So when we have a warrant that's issued for a phone, we extract that data. So it's for Apple products.
And we had the sole source procurement approval on the other products?
Yeah, it's the same thing. They just, this company bought the other one, and it's the only one provided for it.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the sole source procurement for the Magnet Forensics for Operation Lone Star grant as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.9, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the interlocal agreement between Kerr County and Bear County for jail services. Wow.
Yeah, I'm looking for the court's approval of this interlocal agreement. Kind of let me update the court on what's going on. Recently, Kendall County and Medina County have opened their jail expansions, and that's taken the majority of our prisoners, probably 3/4 of them. So currently today, I'm holding 68 inmates out of Bear County on what's called emergency hold, which is allowed through Texas jail standards because they're overcrowded. The only thing working with Bear County is a lot of red tape. It's taken us a while to come up with this agreement that we both agree on. The county attorney has reviewed it. Just to kind of give you an idea, my goal every year is to try to bring $1 million from the jail. Last month's bill for just Bear County loans was $6,000. So I think that's at the $65.
Excuse me, how much was that?
$126,000. Currently, this is at $65, which was tough to agree on. I know the court's kind of been wanting me to go up. I'll reevaluate this next year. I think this was a good opportunity to jump on it at the time with the other two counties taking their prisoners. Like I said, I always focused on $1 million. We'll be well with that this year. So just looking for y'all's approval.
I'm looking for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the interlocal agreement between Kerr County and Kerr County for jail services. That caught my attention when I approved the bill.
There you go.
Sheriff, I just want to clarify, you do have the ability under the contract to accept only those prisoners that you want to accept?
They have been very good. I'm gonna tell you, we're surprised. Everybody's like, hey man, we're gonna get the worst of the worst. They love it. It's a lot different. I don't know if you know how crowded it is in Bear County, but this is like a really 5-star place. So, in all honesty, it is. I mean, we've not had any trouble.
But we don't get the worst of the worst.
No, and we do, we send them right back. They're very good, no matter any kind of age or anything, straight back. But no, we've been really pleased. We were worried about that, but it's, like I said, they're loving it. Thank you.
Okay. And the next item on the agenda, we vote. Oh, okay. We had a motion and a second, right? Yes. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 1.11. Consider discuss and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing, date and time for the presentation of findings from Tetra Tech Engineering for the Eagle Ridge Road study.
Thank you, Judge. We were looking at a calendar back there with Jody real quick to try to pick some days, throw at the court. In September, for setting this meeting, she was suggesting the 16th might be a good day. On December the 27th, 2023, the court entered into a contract with Tetra Tech Inc. for professional engineering services to analyze Eagle Ridge Road for safety concerns and to develop a master plan for the development of the road to safely support existing and future traffic. The scope was developed by the court, engineering department, and with the input of Eagle Ridge Road resident Jack McGuire. Tetra Tech then began the process of gathering data, conducting their analysis, and presenting their preliminary findings to Commissioner Precinct 2, Engineering Department, Road and Bridge Department, and Eagle Ridge Road residents Jack McGuire and Don McDonald on May the 16th, 2024. The final analysis is almost ready for presentation to the Commissioner's Court to be held at a public meeting, day and time of the court's choosing. County engineer requests the court set a public meeting date and time for the presentation of findings from Tetra Tech Engineering for the Eagle Ridge Road study, Precinct 2. And as I just mentioned or suggested, I was visiting with Jody, and she thought either September the 16th, which is a Monday, which is in between some regular Commissioner Court meetings, or the 30th of September. Either one of those dates, she was thinking might work well for y'all.
This meeting would be a public meeting, more like a workshop? Or?
It'd be a workshop, yes, sir, or a public meeting to...
It was kind of my suggestion because, I mean, this is a pretty comprehensive report. And it'll take a little while for Tetra Tech to go through it. I knew we didn't have enough time in today's agenda, so having a separate meeting. And I think we also need to understand that this is just one of our county roads, and some of these implications could cascade and have impacts on some of the other things that we are responsible for in terms of road maintenance. So I think it's a subject that we spend $85,000 on. Is that right?
About that amount.
About that amount on this study, and it merits a little bit deeper review of the findings and where we go forward. So.
What other proposed dates?
That's September 16th, I heard, and the 30th.
Or the 30th.
Either one's fine with me.
Those are both Mondays?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to do it after in court.
And he's not ready to present, we still have to get some final costs or something.
Today.
Correct.
Today, yeah.
I mean,
It's not today.
Yeah.
the 16th works, the 30th does not.
I'm good. 16th work for it. Anyone else?
16.
16th,
Yeah.
9 o'clock?
9 a.m.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda.
Make a motion or anything about that?
We're just having a special. Item 1.12, consider discuss take appropriate action for the court to adopt a resolution supporting installation of a pedestrian crosswalk at FM 480 and Kelly Street in Center Point, Texas.
Thank you, Judge. In an effort to increase the safety of pedestrian traffic crossing FM 480 in the Center Point downtown area, a meeting was held with the group known as Creative Crosswalks, TxDOT, and Center Point business owners to discuss the following. Creative Crosswalks asked for, there's 3 items they asked for. Number 1, permission to paint a crosswalk on FM 480 at Kelly Street, similar to the green crosswalks recently painted at Clay Street, on Clay Street at Jefferson in Kerrville. You want to go look at that. Number 2, permission to place strings of low voltage LED lighting across FM 480, again similar to the strings of lights that are placed over Clay Street at the business Pint Cloud in Kerrville. You want to go look at that. And number 3, something to be done now to help with pedestrian and vehicle interactions on FM 480 in the Center Point downtown area. TxDOT responded to all 3. Number 1, they said that if a crosswalk was done, it would need to be done to TxDOT standards. A study would be conducted by TxDOT. It could be 5 years before action. A resolution of support from Kerr County Court would help speed up the process, and we're going to ask the court for that resolution. Number 2, Andreas Gonzalez of TxDOT would check with the district office to see if lighting can be placed over FM 480 as suggested. And number 3, Andreas Gonzalez of TxDOT, he is our area engineer, Kerrville area engineer, committed to having red borders placed around the 2 existing 30-mile-per-hour speed limit signs on FM 480 and tree trimming as necessary so those signs are more visible. And that'll help a lot. Those red borders, we've seen them. Especially if you're driving towards Austin, you go through Johnson City, Fredericksburg, and those things jump out at you and remind you to slow down. So I think those will be very effective. TxDOT said they would get on that right away. County engineer asked the court to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to adopt a resolution supporting installation of a pedestrian crosswalk at FM 480 on 480 at Kelly Street in Center Point Precinct 2, and I think Commissioner Paces has put together a really good resolution.
And I'll just say, after that meeting with TxDOT, they were out there, I think, the day after, or maybe 2 days after, and they've already removed all the overhanging brush, making their signs more visible, so they can move quickly when they want to. And I appreciate them for doing that. And I think it will help to have the lighted red strips around the signs and have greater visibility. We do need to slow traffic down. But in my discussions with Andres Gonzalez, this is about the pedestrian traffic. And I think we also left out that the crosswalk itself would be done by TxDOT to their standards.
Yes.
They're not going to allow artistic crosswalk like we've seen elsewhere, maybe within the city. And that's fine. This is a TxDOT road. They're responsible for everything that goes on to it, and if it has to be to their standards, I mean, my objective is to improve the safety of the folks that are in Center Point. So, yeah.
Where are you putting that, recommending that, put that Kelly?
Yeah.
On 480 at Kelly Street.
It's kind of on that corner where Central Provisions is. It gives a safe means for a lot of people are parking in the post office parking lot after hours when it's closed. And people are just lined up along the roads on either side. The activity has picked up so much.
I'm blanking on the name of the road. What's the road, the first road you come to?
Skyline Drive?
Skyline. I'd recommend you add Skyline and do 2 of them. And the reason is, there will be 2, possibly 3 more restaurants opening before the end of the year, right there. And it's going to get a lot worse because the traffic is really dangerous. And the speed limit is 35?
No, 30.
30? Can't go any lower than that. But
Yeah, that's another issue.
but anyway, if it's a 5-year study to do it, I'd list both intersections.
Well, let's talk about that and try to, I think Andreas is trying to manage expectations about a crosswalk going in. I don't think it's that it takes 5 years to get a crosswalk in. I think that he's anticipating that they're going to do a pedestrian count, a study, and if the pedestrian count's not there now, it may take a few years before it's high enough to warrant a crosswalk. So there's that. And we did discuss, and some of the folks are here, that Skyline intersection, and the concern about having a crosswalk there was that it's so close to the bridge. The bridge is still 40 miles per hour. And TxDOT was asked to lower the speed limit on the bridge over the Guadalupe River. Please look into that. Can we lower it to 30, please? And on paper, they can't make it work. On the studies they've done, they can't make it work. They're bound by 40 miles per hour still. And so it's so abrupt. It drops from 40 to 30, and then Skyline, boom, is right there. And so we thought that I guess the committee, if you will, the group that I listed, that we all had this meeting, we said, let's focus on Kelly Street and give folks crossing one more block for vehicles to see them because of that concern coming off of the bridge.
To me, it's a great start. It's a start.
I missed that meeting because we had another workshop.
As far as the people, especially in the evening, park at the post office, and that post office parking lot is a Skyline, not a Kelly. So, I don't know. How do they, and another question, how do they do pedestrian counts? I mean,
Just like we
They're going to send someone out there to count the pedestrians. It's going to take a person.
and it'll be somebody at night?
I don't know what time of day they're going to send.
Like we did, no? They want, it's not.
I think it'll be a person.
Well, I would encourage you that it needs to be in the evenings, and like as well, because that's when the people will use it.
I'm told that this resolution will help facilitate.
All right,
Yeah,
we're not
so
arguing that.
I'm too.
We're trying
I'm
to-
going to ask the court to go ahead and approve this resolution.
Fine.
Do I need to read it into the record?
You make a motion?
Then I'd like to make a motion that the court approve the resolution that's been put before it in support of a pedestrian crosswalk on FM 480 in Center.
Second, Kelly. Okay.
I wasn't even going to be that specific.
We've got the motion, and we've got the second. Discussion. Jeremy, you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Jeremy Walter with the Kerrville Urban Trail System. We were approached by these business owners and building owners and homeowners and residents up and down 480 in response to quite an uptick in commercial activity along 480 in the last 2 years. And as Mr. Letts said, there's not only 2 more restaurants coming in, but a 3rd business as well. So we're looking at 3 existing businesses. It'll soon be 6 businesses. 5 years ago, it was just the post office, and that was kind of it. So this is just a grassroots effort to say, hey, we don't want to ask the sheriff to park a deputy out there and just have him sit with the radar gun. We don't need new rules. We want to follow, the procedures that TxDOT has in place to work with them, to partner with them. But this is a very real need, and we don't have 5 years to wait to be addressed before a kid gets run over. So this conversation is also expanded to the Center Point School District. They, on their next agenda item at the end of this month, will be considering not a resolution, but just a discussion, because we do see quite a bit of kids crossing 480 after school and before school, mostly live down Skyline. And so the school district would be, the superintendent is supportive of this idea as well. So we're going to bring it to the school board and make sure that everyone is on board. So it's very much a grassroots community effort. Thank you.
Jeremy, why don't you talk a little bit about the string lighting that's being discussed and who's going to do that and pay for it? That's part of this as well. Definitely need more lighting at night in that downtown area.
So Creative Crosswalks is a program of CUTS. Right now, it's a partnership with CUTS, Kerrville Urban Trail System, thank you. A nonprofit grassroots organization that promotes walkability through Kerr County. We are partnered with the City of Kerrville and KPUB Specifically, K-Pub are the ones that engineer and design the string lights to traffic standards. These string lights are crossing over a place where 18-wheelers could be coming through, or there's ice load or wind load. And so these are long-term assets that consider that environment. And so they're professionally installed, engineered, they're owned by K-Pub, and CUTS would basically pay that monthly rate, so that K-Pub's not on the hook and the taxpayers are not on the hook. And we raise our funds through grants, private donations. In this case, we've organized multiple business owners and building owners in Centerpoint that are willing to commit a small amount of payment every month to a fund that goes directly to K-Pub to pay for those string lights. And if TxDOT doesn't allow the string lights over 480, the alternative is to look at placing them over Kelly Street or perhaps over Skyline. And the idea is when you illuminate, it'll send a signal to traffic that's approaching to slow down, calm down, something's happening, change your behavior. And that's the benefit of the lights.
Jeremy, this area of Centerpoint is served by K-Pub, correct?
Yes. Yeah, they're the ones that put up the Christmas decorations every season for Centerpoint.
Unusual that that little area right there doesn't go real far out of town.
Yeah.
Downtown.
And we're thankful. We're thankful that K-Pub's in Centerpoint.
Well, we're very appreciative of your leadership on that.
Thank you.
We've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is item 1.13, which is something we do every quarter. This is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on implementation of the burn ban. And for those of you that don't understand, the way Kerr County does it is the authority to determine burn ban is done by precincts, 1 through 4. And that authority has been delegated to each commissioner for those precincts. And that way we get a more customized burn ban on or off that is more suitable to the weather conditions in that part of the county. Kerr County is 1,100 square miles, because it's a long, narrow county, and the weather is very different. I'm in precinct 4, and we've had rain. Or precinct 3, you haven't, but you can have it in the county. And that's why we let the commissioners do that. And what we do is every quarter we re-implement the plan so that the commissioners are authorized to do this. So that's what we have back on the floor. There's some question I just want to clarify.
Sure. It's a fine line. Commissioners can individually do it. What we do, we suspend it. The burn ban's in place. Our court order allows each commissioner to suspend the burn ban in their precinct. We don't have the authority to implement a burn ban, but we can suspend it because it's part of the court order.
We kind of do it in reverse. We put the ban on, but they're authorized to suspend it.
The other side of the coin, if we didn't do it this way, we would be able to change it until each commissioner's court.
County blanket across the county.
Right, and that's what other counties do. They wait to put it on or off till they meet in session. That's the benefit we have. Especially
This is a much better approach.
Precinct 4 has 4 VFDs over half the county, and things are different from one side of the county to the other.
What's that precinct?
Bingo.
Precinct 4 takes up 2/3 of the county.
I've had people call me ranting and raving. I just got 4 inches in month. Well, they didn't get anything in Mountain Home.
So with that, I'll make a motion that we approve the implementation of the burn ban within another 90 days.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to continue the implementation of the burn ban for another 90 days. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is item 1.14, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the 2025 Kerr Central Appraisal District budget. This is actually an amended budget that's sent over to us. For a lot of people, you may not know who serves on the Central Appraisal District Board, but it's Jack Birch, Bob Reeves, Amy Collider, Belinda Schmidt, Mary Trio, and Wesley Hollenkamp. And their budget for this year is right at $1.298 or 1.3 virtually $1 million. Last year was about 1.2, so it's on up 4.7%. And there are 30, I think, entities that are serviced by the appraisal district that provide these service for our taxing authority, and they have to get approval from all of them. So this is our time to approve it or not.
Yes, I'll just make some comments that I kind of struggle with. The average 4% salary increase. I was opposed to it for county employees, and I'm opposed to it for church. I don't think there's adequate justification. In particular, when I look at some of the salary increases for their senior staff, they're substantially higher. I think it's also 10 to 12% numbers. So I guess I'm not inclined to approve it as it's currently before us. That's me.
I agree. I was doing a quick calculation on some of the salaries that I'm offering.
We could get into other discussions about the general feedback of the appraisal district, and there's a lot of people that aren't happy with the way their homes and properties have been valued, but I'm not going to go there today.
Another can of worms, you
I know.
know. And
we
it
have
starts out
people now on the board.
the side of Kerr County, it doesn't have anything to do with us other than this.
Here's our opportunity.
Well, they're required by the comptroller.
Right.
They report to the comptroller, not us. And we have to have somebody that does the appraisals for us to be able to issue our taxes.
They don't do it, the comptroller does it, and that's worse.
That doesn't mean that we can't give them some feedback on their budget.
I agree. And there have been a number of times that we have not approved their budget. Almost, okay, 50% of the time. But it takes, I believe, majority of the funding entities.
Majority of the third.
Yeah.
I think that's
And I'm not sure how it's calculated, but.
Don't hold me to the
Yeah.
exact numbers.
But it's, the fact that we don't do it doesn't mean anything unless one or other comes in as well. But I think it's worthwhile on some of the salary increases that seem unwarranted.
How was it about?
In particular, some of the lowest paid people aren't getting much of an increase at all.
Right.
Why would it discourage?
Right now,
No motion.
fails for lack of a motion. Okay, I'll report that this Constantinos.
Said that very well.
She thought, I stumbled across it first few times, she's trying to syllable by syllable. Okay, so we move on to that. Then the next item on the agenda is item 1.15, which is discussion regarding the proposed budget and tax rate. Not to public input, a couple of people signed up. Ms. Hall, did you want to speak on this one?
Briefly. Obviously, we brought up several of our concerns. You all had the letter from us at We the People Liberty in Action about trying to approach the budget in kind of a fresh approach on having a zero-based budgeting process, and always keeping in mind the fact that it's not really about wanting a no new revenue budget, it's about needing one. The residents of this county can't afford it. Families are hurting. Young people are hurting, they can't get into housing. We're just exacerbating the whole thing by increasing the tax burden on our citizens at a time when the economy is just horrible. And as you probably all heard this last week, with basically rumblings of recession. So this is not the time to be increasing salaries, this is not the time to be increasing our tax rate. I want you to keep that in mind.
Is there any other public input? Okay, if being none, then we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is
Okay, comment? Because my recollection is, and correct me if I'm wrong, someone before, but we have a no new revenue budget that we are approving, and there is a slight tax decrease. And the tax decrease is minute, but it isn't.
That's the only thing we haven't really you can tell me when we're gonna do it, but, you know, particularly on the capital items, are we gonna talk about how we might fund some of that through financing, or is that built into this already? I'm not real clear on that part.
It's built into it already. It's part of the handout, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's right here. And for clarification on the ARPA funds, we have leftover ARPA funds, which is what, $200,000?
$294,947.81 unobligated.
And the projects that we have under the ARPA column total almost $900,000. And what that represents is the leftover funds, which have to be obligated by year end, plus the interest that we earned off of the ARPA funds. So that's how we're able to do all those projects.
This shows all of the items that are currently built into the budget, it just doesn't show if we're gonna finance any of it. Correct? Am I missing?
The final column that says debt shows what we're going to be financing.
Okay.
Turn to the second page, you see what we're financing. Road and bridge.
All road and bridge, 2.8.
And we got, there's 2.8 and there's another 53 for the,
More revenue.
that's carrying the project, right?
Yes.
Just on budget, I know that the budget workshop that was scheduled for Wednesday was changed, and I will not be here this Friday for that budget workshop.
We changed it to when?
Friday.
Friday, that's what I thought. It didn't make my calendar yet.
I mean, I'm not sure what all
I wouldn't have it there either, but
on that
that's
was.
all.
But anyway, I just, for the record, I will not be here for that budget hearing. I
Okay.
don't know what time it is.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock?
Is there a time that would be better for you?
Up on that day.
Okay.
I'm excited. Lucky me.
Okay,
Good rest.
next item. On the agenda, item 1.16, consider discuss and take appropriate action to rescind court order number 40759, which is proposed salary increases for elected county and precinct officials for Kerr County fiscal year 24-25. Mrs. Hoffman.
Good morning. So we're requesting to rescind that order. Commissioner Precinct 2 is not taking the wage adjustment, and so we are proposing a new one in the next agenda item to show that.
Move for
Because
approval.
of the changes.
Correct.
Do you motion?
Yes.
Also. Got a second?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he's like, I have a comment. In the past, just the way this is done is that it was not done to a court order or a change in the schedule. It was just one person to do it, but I don't know if it's not can be done this way.
Well, there was some oversights, I think, the last time it came before the court, and then it was released to the public, and it's shown up in the press. But, I mean,
Yes, either or.
in particular, there was an error on my salary. I did not take the 5% last year, and I've already signed the affidavits, I'm not taking the 4% this year. If I'm gonna be outspoken and vote against something, I need to put my money where my mouth is, and so I'm not taking the salary increases.
So you are in favor of rescinding the
Oh,
order?
yes, I made a second, so yes,
Um,
I'll be in favor of the new order.
With regard to rescinding the previous order, the 40759, any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 1.17. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve proposed salary increases for elected county and precinct officials for Kerr County fiscal year 24-25, and authorize county clerk to publish same on August the 14th, which is day after tomorrow.
This is the revised one.
Yes.
I don't, did they change, because this is different from my issue. You know, I mean, there is a base salary for an eventual precinct 2 commissioner that is appropriate with the increases.
That's the next agenda item.
That's the next item.
That's the next item, not
Yes.
this one.
Yes.
So this is the
just
one that
current.
reflects the changes in my salary.
That's going to be
I'm all
published.
for it.
I'll move for approval.
Okay, have a motion?
I'll second.
And a second. And this is to approve the new proposed salary increases for elected county precinct officials for Kerr County for next year. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.18, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to rescind court order number 40760, setting base salaries for elected officials for the fiscal year 24-25. Mrs. Cotton.
Same reason as the previous one, so there was a mistake on a miscalculation on one specifically for the county judge, so we are.
Which one had the mistake?
The county judge.
Did we overpay him or?
It was double, there was a double calculation.
Double difference.
Yes.
Move for approval. Second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the, rescinding the 40760 order as presented. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.19. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve the base salaries for elected officials for fiscal year 24-25. Mrs. Cotton.
So this is the schedule to, the correct schedule that does not double pay the state supplement to the county judge.
I move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the revised base salaries for elected officials as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. The county attorney on item 1.20, is this something we need to take up in executive session?
Yes, sir, I'd like to do that when we go into executive session on the other items.
So we'll pass over 120 for the time being and come back to the executive session. Moving on to item 121, consider, discuss, take appropriate action regarding the proposed Kerr County budget for fiscal year 24-25. Ms. Ellis.
The proposed budget was filed on the 8th of August. What you see in front of you is what is on the website and what was filed with the county clerk. So it does show no new revenue taxes that will be raised, estimate of about $32,600 and just shy of $50,000. It shows estimated non-tax revenue of almost $20 million. And then expenditures of about $67 million. Meaning that we will spend from fund balance about $14 million, $14.4 million. This will end with a percent of expenditures in fund balance of 26.62%, which our goal is to stay above 25%. This, in some form or fashion, includes all of the worksheet that y'all just talked about the capital outlay and major expenditure request. We will be purchasing about $2.6 million in projects. Just a second, I'll go on page 30. How about $4.4 million in projects? ARPA, about $436,000. Sheriff will continue to lease the vehicles at $322,000. And then we will be issuing debt, tax anticipation notes of about $2,800,000, almost $900,000. And the interest payment that would be due next year is included in your worksheet and in the proposed budget.
Just comment, a chunk of the spending money of the 14 million spending out of reserve is 5.7 of that's the new animal control facility. So, I mean, it's still a big number, but that's a big chunk of it.
Well, and the remainder of the communication system, yeah.
Right.
And that remainder is about,
Sheriff, I think what, 5 million?
What's that?
On the unpaid portion of the communication system?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
about 5 and about 10, 11. Okay, so that makes me feel a little bit better. I'd forgotten the communication.
And that gets us back to some of this is the over budget.
Right, right.
Well, we're not spending that much
Nature
out
of
of
the beast.
reserve. I mean,
Okay.
I mean, we are, but it's a 1 year because of it's a large spend.
We'll still have over
The,
25%.
the numbers are deceived.
But for example, the road and bridge, just about every year, we spend about $2 million out of our fund balance. That's been, ever since I've been here. So I will make a motion that we approve the budget as presented. The proposed budget as presented.
It's proposed, but it can still be modified.
Right. We got another workshop.
We got a workshop, and we also have to take it up on August 26th.
Right.
I'll second the proposed budget.
Right.
But
It's proposed until August.
Still in limbo a little bit.
So we've got a motion and a second, any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 1.22, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to set public hearing on proposed Kerr County budget for fiscal year 24-25 at 9:45 a.m. on August 26, 2024. Authorize the county clerk to publish the notice of public hearing.
Yes, sir. According to our budget calendar, this is when the public hearing should be.
I move for approval.
A motion second to approve setting the public hearing on the budget for August 26th as presented. Any discussion?
question, going back to the workshop. What's on, I mean, what's the reason for a workshop is like?
Friday.
You have the agenda in front of you. It's to go over if you want to make any other changes, but it's also to talk about the potential tax rate. And Bob Reeves wasn't available Wednesday, that's why we moved it to Friday.
It says overall department budget, tax share, and tax rates.
And normally, we would have the budget workshop this Wednesday. That's when it was scheduled. And that would be, when Bob comes to us for the first time, and starts talking to us about the tax rate, and we get that information so that we can.
Notice and revenue rates and all that.
Right.
He has already given us a preliminary.
Right.
Right. The first thing we're going to give us the no new revenue rate. He officially gives that to us. And that's when we know where we're going.
I guess my question is, there's two general lines and a very specific one on tax share. And we talked about tax share at every workshop, and I'm just trying to, because I'm not going to be here, trying to figure out, are we going to make a change on this?
Well, the sheriff's still in discussions on it, I know that.
I know he's concerned that there's going to be some additional costs. It's not just the texture software itself. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll be covered at 3.2. I'll talk about it whenever y'all want to.
Okay.
Elected official reports. Elected official reports.
Oh.
Oh, non-executive.
Well, then we can't talk about that, I mean.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not executive session.
Okay, no, but it's professional.
I know that
There are issues.
implications.
It's still being discussed. As long as it's still being discussed, if we need to be today, we'll talk about it. Okay, we'll keep that. So.
Yeah, but I just have a bit of an issue of a budget workshop being changed to a date that I can't make it.
Well,
I don't disagree with you.
I don't blame you. In talking to Jody when we found out that Bob and them couldn't be here Wednesday. And it's like, hey, it's hard gathering.
What about Thursday?
So we looked at everything, so we knew somebody might be left out. I hate that anybody's left out, but just like the game, trying to gather everybody together is gonna be tough. But we knew we just had to get it done.
When are you available?
That's a loaded question.
Yeah, it's a loaded question.
You guys juggle all these schedules.
Yeah, I mean, It's just an odd
Available
thing.
anytime, yes.
Yeah, it's just an odd thing. I mean, yeah, we always have some general things that we tweak, but this is obviously going to do something specific we talk about a lot. That's my concern. And we can talk about it again on the 26th or whatever our final budget number.
This is, I'm looking at the
There are
calendar.
specific concerns on it, so.
This is a workshop, so we're not going to be able to take any action.
Right.
And it gets back to, if the commissioner is unable to make the meeting, can they come call in remotely,
No, sir.
just to listen?
They can, you can listen through
I can listen to
YouTube,
it.
or you could call in remotely to listen, but he won't be able to provide input or vote.
You'll be able to get the information either on YouTube or from different people individually.
Huh?
Are we gonna vote on it that day?
No,
Okay.
yeah, it's just a workshop.
Yeah.
It's a workshop. Workshop tends to be kind of final at this point. That'd be-
This is the budget culture, you know.
I mean, your only other option, if you want to move it to a week from today. I assume Bob is available.
That's the 26th.
Are you available? No, a week from today.
Oh, one week.
The 19th.
I was thinking his workshop, Bob's workshop started today for the training.
Yeah, he's gone today through Wednesday.
Yeah.
But we had a conflict with Thursday, so Friday was the first time we were available,
You
other than
available.
Commissioner Letts. So if we did it a week from today is the 19th. Are you available on the 19th?
I am available.
We have a workshop.
Oh, I'm not
for
available,
departments
sorry.
on that day that starts at 9, so if you could have it start at 8 o'clock, all of our departments would be able to be at the budget workshop on the 19th. But we have
Yeah,
multiple of us
let's do it.
available in a
I don't
training.
mind.
And is an hour enough?
Not too long.
I mean,
Well, let's get the important ones done first.
So now we're pushing this off to Monday the 19th.
Up to you.
I'm good.
sounds good to me.
Get all head nods here. Move to the 19th.
At 8 a.m.
Where are we on the agenda? 1.23.
Yes.
Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set the date and time for the vote in the Kerr County budget for fiscal year 24-25 for 9:45 a.m. on August the 26th.
I don't think we voted on those two, did we?
22.
There's a motion and a second, but I'm not sure we voted.
Well, on 22 is the public hearing.
We got to set it.
Yeah, okay, we'll go back to it. Item 1.22 is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set the public hearing on the proposed Kerr County budget for fiscal year 24-25 for 9:45 a.m. on August 26, 2024. Authorize the clerk to publish notice of the public hearing. So, we've got a motion and a second on that?
Right.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to 1.23. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set the date and time for the vote on the Kerr County budget for fiscal year 24-25 for 9:45 a.m. on August the 26th, 2024. Immediately after the public hearing.
I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve the date for the vote. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.24, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to surplus items from the Kerr County Sheriff's Office. Ms. Shelton.
Yes, occasionally the sheriff's office sends us information on items that need to be destroyed and or surplus, and so you have that in front of you.
I move we accept the surplus items as requested by the KCSO. Got a motion and a second, any discussion?
I have a question, Sheriff. What's a suicide blanket or mop?
Something can you wrap a prisoner in?
Okay. Just curiosity. And they wear out.
Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 1.25, consider discussion and allocate remaining ARPA funds. Ms. Cutler.
Hello. This is to see if you want to go ahead and obligate the remaining ARPA funding that has been discussed in the workshops in the proposed budget for the ag barn and the electric. According to the most recent Grant Works ARPA status report, our remaining amount to be budgeted is $295,000 hereabout. That project will go over budget, but I believe you've compensated for that.
Let me just clarify that right now, we're not putting the electrical into this scope.
Okay.
So it's just the roof and
Just the roof.
installation, which should be under $500,000, including some structural modifications. And we've resolved the issue with the engineer. Charlie qualifies, so if he's
Great.
going to do the engineering will be required. Of course, we're using Jim Maxwell, with Maxwell Engineering as well.
And our next step will be to
Just
go
to
out
clarify,
for,
it's really just the roof scope.
yes, and our next step would be to go out for bid for the construction services. Our most recent ARPA status report from Grant Works now includes the additional monies for the project, communications project manager position, as well as the fire alarm system. So other than Tanya would have more accurate numbers than what Grant Works has, but it's here about that range. It would be obligating the remaining funds to this project, whatever those funds may be.
Well, we've got it in budget. I'm trying to, is there action we need to take on this today?
What we've done in the past, and it's up to you, is in previous projects, it's not mandatory, but we have previously, because it was, gone ahead and done it for order to obligate the funding for transparency. However, it's not required. We just put this on as a option if you would like to do so.
I'm good with Wilson suspended.
Yeah,
We need to have a
we're
motion.
here, let's do it. I'll move for approval.
Okay, got a motion?
I'll second.
What's the actual motion?
The true obligation will come once we have a contract. That will be the actual, that will meet the ARPA requirements for the obligation. This is just what it was in the past, and so carry forward to keep in line with the other projects.
But that would encompass the,
Let's just read them all, okay? What's it?
What is it you want me to
What's
read?
included in the ARPA?
But we don't have to do anything with how we're spending the interest monies.
This is not the interest money. This
We
is,
only have to deal with how we're committing the, whatever the number is, 293,000.
yes, this has nothing to do with interest money, and that's,
And we have one project, which is the ag barn roof, that's gonna more than satisfy that.
Cover it all.
We'll have to supplement it with additional funds because it'll be more than that. But it'll follow the ARPA process.
Now, I just wanted to reaffirm that the 295-ish that she is speaking of does not include the obligations that will be released once that end of the year happens.
Okay.
And so we will have more than the 295. I think last
But will we have
projection
more than, you know,
was around
500?
445. So if we're only going to spend 500, if our projections, just depending on how that works, my concern is enough will not be obligated, which is why the projects are listed in next year's budget like it is. So as soon as we know what that final amount is, we may need to come back and add more. The last projection for the Hill Community Event Center was we needed to add another 200,000 for the engineering and architecture studies,
All right,
something
let's hold
along
it.
those.
There
So
are other things
again,
we could do, there's no doubt. I was trying to keep it simple. But
so again, keeping it simple, but making sure that we have all of the ARPA funds obligated is the key part of that.
and this will allow us to get this onto the Grant Works reporting system, so it will allow them to put it onto their report to say, yes, this is an obligated, this project is happening, and so this is to be budgeted. That $295,000 is just the unbudgeted portion that they are aware of at this time. But as Tina said, it will be different. We're just trying to do the remaining funds towards this project for the reporting for grant works. And again, I don't think that that's necessary to have a court order to do it. I think they can go ahead and put it on there if we would go ahead.
If that's the case, it was just more to come, so I withdraw my motion.
To Noel's point, approving it right now would allow us to move forward with grant works and go ahead and start the process of the advertising and everything that's needed to happen. But it needs to be not, you don't need to say for $295,000, you need to leave it broad enough to where anything for that project can be considered ARPA.
Anything that we put in the budget that we identified with ARPA?
Could be used.
I'll make the motion that everything's included in the budget.
Thank you.
And it's ARPA funded, be included in the ARPA
That's cleaner.
funding request.
Okay.
Allocation.
Everybody understand?
Yes.
Second.
Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And that's the easier than Item 1.26, discussion regarding Microsoft Office 365.
And I put this on here because,
I saw him coming.
okay, there he is. Bill, take the stand, man.
Take the stand.
Let's swear you in right here. Well, you know, Bill called me last week and he had concerns with Microsoft 365 that we're going to. And I said, well, heck, let's hear it. I haven't heard any opposition to it, but or bad experiences, but obviously he had some, so we want to hear from him.
Thank you. My real concern is, I don't know how to be, most of y'all know me, I don't know any other way but to be blunt, that Word 365 is from hell. It is probably one of the most difficult things I've tried to maneuver through and navigate through. It's not, to me, it's not intuitive. But I have spoken court, right? Since I made the protestation to our commissioner, he has assured me that what we're going to be facing with this transition is fairly minimal as far as difficulties. I just know that when I put it on my computer, I paid $100 to get it off. And it went back to the last Word that came out, I think 13 or 16, whichever one was the last one. And the problem with it is that all of the other progressions of Word, I don't care about the email stuff. He says it's going to be fine. Whatever, we'll get through it. My concern is I use Word a lot in my work. And the way Microsoft had always done this was to make gradual changes incrementally over the years to where you could learn with a minimal problem how to navigate the dumb thing. This is a huge leap, and in my opinion, it's ransomware because where you bought the license to use however long you want, you guys are going to have to pay an annual subscription or they cut you off. And that's ransomware to me, because if you don't like it, or you say, well, we're not going to use this anymore, and you don't pay the next year's bill, you're done. All of the storage is in the cloud, which they control. Now, Corey, I think, is going to, he goes to a lot of schools for these things. I don't. I'm the poor, fat, dumb JP who sits out there at the annex. Nobody sends me to school to learn these things. I have to learn by the seat of my pants. And I don't appreciate it. Pardon me?
The way you describe yourself, are you running for re-election?
One time somebody asked me, said, "Are you running for re-election?" I said, "I apologize to you." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I'm always running for election." Yeah. But my concern is, like I said, it's not friendly. In my opinion, I think it's ransomware. I understand some people are having trouble with email. I get my emails, I can open my emails. I don't have any problem with email. But Corey has suggested that this will fix all the problems we are having. And I know they replaced some equipment out at my office. I think I was the proud owner of the oldest computer in the county. And that was fine. It worked, it did what I needed it to do. But at any rate, I do appreciate Corey's patience with me on the matter. I could have come or not, because you guys are going to do what you're going to do. I'm not naive. I've been doing this for 34 years. But I just wanted to let y'all know, I hope we don't get into a problem that we can't live with. Because I would imagine a good many of the people who are going to be into this are as well educated in computer science as I am. Okay? Anyway, that's it.
Well, I'll assure you, you and I are probably on about the same level. So
No,
we'll fight
sir.
through it.
Oh, I'm just.
As far as
Computer science, yes. Okay. Anyway.
Okay, let's hear from Corey. Thank you.
So yes, migrating to the online Office 365 is a web-based platform, software as a service. There will be annual renewals, but that is not really different than what we are doing today with our licensing on a number of different products to include the Office renewals. So ransomware might be a little bit of a stretch, but yes, there will be renewals that will happen. Now, his concern was the functionality of his desktop version of Office, whether it's PowerPoint, Excel, Word, whatever you have. Those offices that need to have the full functionality of the desktop versions will still have those. Those that do not rely on all of the functionality will migrate to a web-based product. And each user will have their subscription tailored as such. So yes, there will be some migration and some differences between the desktop and the web-based platform. But those are going to be minor and handled on a case-by-case basis. As far as the webmail, that also serves purposes for multi-factor authentication, security, yes, cloud storage, and collaboration. That will be web-based. That will effectively help with our out-of-office replies and other struggles that we were having. So, yes, there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve. We are prepared to jump ahead of that when we get to that point, probably in the spring. So, any questions?
One assurance I want, Corey.
Yes, sir.
That whatever his experience is, you're going to be there to help him.
Absolutely.
That's what
Day one, I will begin in his office.
He's going to be asking for more staff.
I will, it hadn't been that long since we hired Corey, and we went through an interview process of 4 or 5 people, and I think it was 100%, all of them thought we should go to Microsoft 365, and most of them were surprised we weren't already there. And so.
I want to send him out of here with the assurance that his needs are going to be addressed.
I will take care of it personally.
That's all I need.
I keep hearing rumblings and rumors that, Microsoft is vulnerable. Just going back to a couple of recent episodes with CrowdStrike and some major system-wide failures. Can you talk to that and give us an assurance that Microsoft is going to be around and they're not going to crater on us?
100%, I cannot say that. Every platform that you encounter does have some vulnerabilities. we are taking as many appropriate steps to ensure we have continuity of efforts throughout. By moving to a cloud-based platform that does expose some potential vulnerabilities.
Is there any strategy to mitigate that in terms of?
So in regards to storing our data, that stuff we are still, the essential records will be kept local. And we are backing up, we have redundancies in place, and I've got other projects in motion that will ensure that we will maintain continuity of operations.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item, 1.27. Consider discussing take appropriate action to purchase a swift water response craft pending approval of the budget amendment.
Yeah, and this is, obviously we have funds available, I think it's 31,000 in the current fiscal budget. Unfortunately, like so many other things, from the time the budget was approved until we're now ready to basically place an order, the cost has gone up. So instead of being 31,000, it's now 35,557. Hopefully everybody got a copy of the quote. And subject to the court approving the budget amendment, which it is included in the budget amendments that you also have before you that we'll be talking about here in a little bit, then we would go ahead and procure this boat. This is what we could assure used in the recent floods. Anyway, we'll have it for the next one. And this is a swift water response that is per the Texas state standard. So it's under the 50,000, but it is a sole source. We got other quotes, but it would be more money, and you'd have to go out of state to pick it up. Where this is manufactured in state to the standard state specs. So if we ever wanted to take it over to Houston and help people out with the flood over there, it's the same vessel that they use, so anybody could operate it and be familiar with the way it operates. So I make a motion that's subject to the necessary budget funds being approved, that we go ahead and authorize the judge to sign a purchase order for this swift water response craft based on the quote from Triad Marine.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have
Yes, ma'am.
a little input. I think during part of the discussion with our bond council, we talked some about the lease agreement that we prepared for CARFA, and he was interested in who the VFDs serve and if it just remains in Kerr County. And I told him that our VFDs also serve some of the surrounding counties that we touch when there's an emergency and they're needed out there. And so that would be okay. I don't know that Harris County would be one of those counties where they could go help, but maybe Kendall or somewhere that we touch that's around Kerr County. So I just wanted to clarify that. It would not be allowed.
Into the lease.
Okay.
Mutual aid.
It is the mutual aid agreements that the VFDs have. That's the areas it could serve.
That's fair.
Bad example.
So we've got a motion and a second to go ahead and approve purchase order for this swift water response craft. Any other
To
discussion?
give you authority to sign.
Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we've got timed items at 11:30. I don't see Mr. Benford here yet.
We have a couple other items that we could talk about in executive session before Mr. Benford gets here.
Or we can
Pay all the bills.
budget amendments, some of that stuff.
Okay. Let's move on to the approval agenda. Item 2.1, budget amendments.
You have 23 budget amendments in front of you. Most of these are line item adjustments. And Commissioner Pace is the one he was referring to for the swift water rescue.
vessel is number 5186. And it's for about $4,000, just over $4,000. And we're using the interest that has accumulated to make that purchase, or to make that adjustment with.
I'll move for approval.
Have a motion?
Second.
And a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 2.2, pay the bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration amount to $1,998,279.21.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve paying the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Late bills.
There are not any.
Auditor reports.
Yes, you were presented the internal audit report for the district clerk's internal audit earlier late last week, and we're asking that you accept the report.
Make a motion to accept that report.
I'll second. Got a motion and a second to approve the auditor report as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Monthly reports.
Yes, for June 2024, Justice of the Peace, Judge Mitzi French, Precinct 1, amended. July 2024, payroll approval, County Treasurer Tracy Sullivan. Environmental Health, OSSF, Director Ashley Batters. Constable Tommy Rodriguez, Precinct 1. Kyle Snyder, Precinct 2. Paul Gonzalez, Precinct 3. Brad Ryder, Precinct 4. Justice of the Peace, Judge J.R. Horn, Precinct 2. Judge Kathy Mitchell, Precinct 3. District Clerk Dawn Lance, District Clerk. Auditor's Report, Auditor's Office, Tanya Shelton, County Auditor. Investment Portfolio Summary, 4/1/24 through 6/30/24. County Treasurer Tracy Sullivan. I move for approval.
A motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Court orders.
There are court orders from July 29th, 40753 through 40760, and also from July 22nd, 40732 through 40752. And I did have one minor change on 40741 that I'd recommend. It currently reads, go out for annual bids for delivered fuel. I think it really should read, go out for annual bids for delivered fuel for Road and Bridge Park. Clarify what we're doing. And with that, one modification, move for approval.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the court orders. We've got one modification as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Information agenda. 3.1, status report from department heads. Everybody moving? Okay. 3.2, status report from elected officials.
All right, Judge, we'll try to give you a quick 30,000 foot view of this reference to TechShare. Basically, going to give you all a quick update. TechShare is a case management system for our county attorney and district attorneys. What we're looking at is, all agencies in the county will have to put our information in there if we go to it. I'm concerned about KCSO. So what has to happen, there's been mentioned several times, there's not a cost for it. And there's not a cost for it for TechShare. Where our cost comes in would be with Motorola WatchGuard and possible Tyler Technologies. So the court and the public understands what happens is TechShare is over here, and this is what the prosecutors use as a case management system. As far as KCSO and KCSO only, we have Motorola WatchGuard and we have Tyler Technologies. Motorola WatchGuard, all of our video goes in it. Tyler Technologies, where we do our RMS or reporting system. So there's a thing called API, Application Programming Interface, that has to be done. I mean, it's already developed, other counties are using it. Well, there's where the cost comes. So why I'm here coming to the court today is I'm gonna need some kind of funds put in this budget. I know you're all winding down, I don't have that amount, but I will have it by this next week. The funds come from the cameras, unfortunately, how many cameras you use. Well, I took it upon myself to include KCSO, constables, and animal control. It's just easier if I will see the whole program. With that cost, you gotta remember in the Tahoe, there's 3 cameras, but the good thing is it only counts as one, and there's a body camera. So with those numbers, basically it's like 60 body cams and 48 in-cars. So that's where the cost derives from. I'm understanding it's gonna be between $12,000 and $15,000. That is for our Motorola watch card to be able to connect with TechShare, which would be a good integration. And basically, you know, I definitely don't want to do that stuff twice. If that all works out, we get that built, the stuff will integrate across, you know, seamlessly. The other one is our report system. I've been told.
Can I interrupt you one time? So that fee you just mentioned, is that a one-time or annual?
No, it's annual. It goes up each year. Okay, but I mean, it just depends on how many cameras and stuff like that. Like I said, that does, for KCSO, that includes us, that includes the constables, and that includes the animal control. So with Tyler Technology, our report system, there lies the problem. Tyler Technology and TechShare are competitors, so I'm told they'll never integrate. There won't be any API with that. But there may be some options, they said, that maybe help us. The last thing I want to do is to have my guys do that information twice, once over here, once over here. So we're trying to meet in the middle on that. I am in contact with the county attorney's office, visit with Heather hopefully today, and see if we can, Tyler Technologies asked if TechShare will contact him. Maybe there's some type of integration, but it won't be a total integration. I don't know if there's going to be a cost there or not. I just don't. We're working on it as much as we can. One thing we do know, it would be with Motorola watch card. So our money would not go to TechShare. Our money will go to Motorola watch card for design or for putting this API in place. Be happy to answer any questions. So I don't have that number. I'm working very hard to get it though.
I don't think now's a good time to answer any questions.
Sorry.
Report from the sheriff.
All right. So that's what we're at.
But we're on the road to resolution.
Yes, sir.
Sounds good.
That's what we need.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. Any other elected officials? Okay. 3.3, status reports from the liaison officials.
Yeah, I have one. At the last meeting, we authorized submission of the rainwater harvesting grant to UGRA, and it was done, and I want to thank Noel. It was a little bit harder than I probably thought it was going to be. But Noel did a really good job, and also want to compliment, even though he was frustrated to me occasionally, Connor over at Melbourne Engineering did a really good job, and I say that because Tara from UGRA let me know verbally that she was very impressed with the application.
Good. Good. You frustrate so much.
It's already, yeah, it's already to them, getting ready to present
Not
to
that
their
long.
board.
Okay, anything else? So, I guess we need to take a break.
Yes.
We have the time out of 11:30. We'll take Bedford, and then we have executive session. Let's take about 10 minute break. So we'll come back to order. We're still in general session, and we have three timed items, 11 This is here. What we call the first one, which is agenda item 1.28, discussion and presentation and action on potential economic development incentive package for a multi-family residential project located within the county. Directed the staff and consultants for preparation of package and related documentation for future presentation to and consideration by Commissioners Court. Is this going to be an executive session or?
Yes, sir. In executive session, yes, sir.
Executive session?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with that, it is 11:45, and we will go into executive session. It's 11:58, we're coming out of executive session. We're going to kind of do this piecemeal. We're going to go back into executive session when we finish our business here. But this will be agenda item 5.1, which is action that may be required on matters discussed in executive session.
And
we'll go back to 128, which is the discussion, presentation, and action on potential economic development incentive package for a multifamily residential project located within the county. Directed to staff and consultants for preparation of package and related documentation for future presentation to and consideration by Commissioners Court. Mr. Benton.
Clay Benford with the law firm of McCall Parker, support representing the county. I'm here today to discuss the response to a petition or application for economic development for multifamily housing based on research that we have conducted and on input from the Commissioners Court. It's our recommendation that on the basis of the application requesting economic incentives equal to 70% of the ad valorem tax proceeds for the 10-year period, that this would be in the form of a Chapter 381 agreement, Chapter 381 of the Texas Local Government Code, and would be under the economic development program that has been established by the court most recently in 2023 in the form of a rebate of tax proceeds that are paid as opposed to abatement. And on the basis of that recommendation, we'll prepare a development agreement that will memorialize those terms and submit it to the Commissioners Court for consideration, likely at the first Commissioners Court meeting in September. One item that as I'm talking, I neglected to mention, when we talk about the 70% of ad valorem taxes, are we talking about all ad valorem taxes, or would there be any exclusions of either road and bridge or interest and sinking fund?
My thought is it's all ad valorem taxes, but it's only the value added.
Correct, the incremental value added.
Incremental value.
Okay, thank you, sir. With that, that would be my recommendation for preparation of documentation. Again, when we come back in, there's no action committing you to that today. This is to direct me to work with Ms. Stebbins in order to come up with an agreement that we will then present to this Commissioners Court and go over in detail the elements of each of them. So this is just directing us to proceed on that basic premise.
I'll make a motion to so direct.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the Chapter 381 agreement as outlined in the presentation. Any discussion?
Just say that I remain opposed to tax abatements. Having said that, I think the proposed Chapter 381 approach for rebating on taxes paid is a far better way to go. So it gets my vote, but I just want to make sure everybody's aware.
You're not waiting
Yeah, I'm against giving tax abatements in general.
Okay, any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Unanimous. Next agenda item is 1.29, consideration and action on a professional services agreement with the developers of Bluewood project.
Clay Bedford again, representing the county. The purpose of this agreement is for the costs of economic development to not be borne by the county or its taxpayers, for it to be borne instead by the developers that are requesting the abatement. So what we require is that the developers and the county enter into a professional services agreement. This agreement will require that the developers place an amount of money with the county that would be used to basically pay my fees. And so if the transaction is terminated at either party's discretion, if there's any money left in that fund, it gets rebated to the developers. But there is no, there will not be a call on the general fund or the tax revenues of the county other than the money put forth by the developer in order to negotiate this transaction. My view on this is that if the developer is not willing to pay the costs of the county to get the economic incentives, that it's probably not a real transaction anyway. So this is protected to the county. And a minute entry will be evidence of authority to sign a contract.
What would our motion be to?
Move to approve the execution of a professional services agreement.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second to approve the professional services contract as presented. Any discussion? I like this pass-through concept. It works good for us.
Yes.
I agree.
With that, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Bedford.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
And we're going to go, it's 12:03, we're going back into executive session.
think that's who she went to go get, was Deb.
Oh.
One 18, and we're out of executive session. We'll move on to item 5.1, which is action as may be required on matters discussed in executive session.
Under 4.2A, I'll make a motion that we accept the revised job description for human resources generalist at pay grade 21.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Any other business before the court? We are adjourned.